like the sun, yeah, fatal like a gun. Shooters gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I fall, yeah. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine, yeah. Everything I do, I'm just being genuine, yeah. I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline, yeah. I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. Grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I am the Dreadist, and welcome to my humble abode, the shop of all horror and dread. Please take a seat and enjoy the show, because today we are getting sophisticated in Vampire the Masquerade, Bloodhunt. But first, let me congratulate Nekio on being the first and that's a mighty big boop. Yep. That's a really big boop there. I feel rather small compared to that ginormous finger. Rather terrifying if you ask me. Imagine a huge hand just appearing next to your face and starting to boop you out of nowhere. How would you react? But how I react is politely ask Nekio to stop. Because it's rather rude to start booping someone without even just saying hello, you know. You wouldn't do that just with anyone. Hopefully. You're not just going around on the streets and giving boops to people. I'd ask if they can boop somewhere else. Really? Is that so? You would get booped by a giant floating hand. And your reaction would be, could you boop somewhere else? Well, I guess that's one way to get the hand to leave. Or not. Who knows, maybe the hand is into it. Booping is my hello for today. Why is it that today is no exception? Depends on the hand also, that's true. That's true. I wonder what your hand would do. How? I have to be careful not to move around too much because I might get booped in the eye, and I need both of them. However, maybe I can just wonders. The hand is gone. I don't know what is it with people and booping my nose, but it's starting to be concerning, you see. there's a strange obsession going around booping. Wow, trying to bite my hand. Would you expect anything less from me? Foolish. Rather foolish. But with that said, let's get the controller, because we have work to do today. Indeed. Because, as you might know, our expedition throughout this game, or study of Bloodhunt, is nearing its end. We have less than 2 weeks left, because the game servers are shutting down on April 28th. So we have a fitting 13 days, less than a fortnight if you want to word it that way. So there's no time to waste. Let's get into the lovely world of the kindred. No, I like to bite back. That brings me no surprise, but it does make me interested. Now,
Good evening.
good evening to you as well, dear Custis. Last time we left off with our Bruja character in the Vandal archetype, and in the past weeks we have played 3 clans: the Toreador, the Nosferatu, and the Bruja, each with their own 2 unique archetypes. Now, since my stream on a Monday, I managed to level up the Vandal all the way to level 25 and unlock all of the archetypes perks. So it is time to move on to the next clan, and that is the Ventru, the blue-blooded aristocrats of kindred society, the calculated strategists who are willing to do just about anything to seize power. No, I talked about this a bit before, but we are slowly but steadily catching up to my progress in the game, because before I started streaming, I spent some time playing the game and different clans. However, with today's stream, we reached a point of new uncharted territories, because I haven't played much of the Ventru clan before. Actually, I created this character yesterday, and I only got to play 1 match thus far. 1 match that I managed to win. But that's beside the point, because it means we have no perks unlocked other than the default one. Start with extra ammo and ammo capacity, and I'm not really familiar with the abilities of this clan, or more specifically the Enforcer archetype that we are going to be playing today. Now I have came face to face with went through enemies in my matches, so I did get a glimpse of their abilities, but let's take a look what are the powers of this archetype. So we have the clan power, Flesh of Marble, which makes your skin turn into an impenetrable defense for a short while. Now, in this rather comically sped up example video, this time is used to close the distance between the player and the enemy, which is one way you can use this power. The other one would be obviously to try to get away from your attacker, much like how the Nosferatu clan power Vanish works, because there you can become briefly invisible and either get closer or farther away from your foe. Now, much like the mentioned Nosferatu power, you cannot shoot or attack during this time, so you cannot abuse your invincibility that much. The other ability we have, or more specifically the archetype power, is the Unyielding Charge. So this is rather interesting. It's a rush that deals some damage to the enemy as you pretty much dash through them, but more than that, it silences your enemies, which is an interesting status effect, a bit like being poisoned or bleeding due to getting shot by specific weapons. Oh, welcome in, Coastly Ghost. So nice to see you, and thank you for your daily check-in. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you will enjoy today's stream. We are going to be playing as a Ventru character, which is just as much of a surprise to me as to my viewers, because I haven't really played much with this clan. As you can see, I am level 2 with the Enforcer archetype, and that is because I played one game. So all of this is rather new to me as well. But unfortunately, due to my time limitations, I don't really have the time to play more of the clans off stream and only showcase them once I'm decent at playing their specific playstyle. Mostly because we only have 13 days left of the game, and because if I played them for so long that I was just barely decent, that would take months probably. So we will try to do what we can as a Ventru. So the silenced status effect is somewhat unique to this clan, and it disables any sort of vampiric powers. So in theory, if I use this archetype power and dash through an enemy for a brief period, they will not be able to use their own powers, be that the clan or the archetype power, which is rather strong. It can certainly change the tides of a battle if it is timed correctly. And then we have a passive power, the subjugating presence. Nearby enemies have their movement speed slowed. Now that is interesting because if we mix this with our Flash of Marble ability, it means if we try to get closer to the enemy while we are indestructible, they cannot get away from us as easily. So once we enter a battle, it is much more difficult for them to leave. Who knows, maybe we will be able to corner a few people like that. The Ventrue is also alarmed when the enemy would step into their presence. I'm curious how that will work. I'm not necessarily sure. No, with every clan I always try to create a female and a male character, and here the Enforcer, I decided to make the female and then the other one will be the male, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Unfortunately, I couldn't really take many interesting tattoos or paints because this outfit covers most of the body, which is rather fitting to the Ventrue clan. They are rather professional in their behavior and appearance as well. But I did hide a little tattoo on the side of her neck and added some earrings. Mostly this kind of earring because this was the only one that was visible with this hairstyle. But I do believe she turned out to be rather fitting for this part. Now let's get into a game first and foremost, and then we can continue exploring Elysium, because today we are going to meet the Ventrue NPC, the last ally we have in Elysium. But again, let's focus on the match. It would be rather embarrassing to die right away. But then again, who knows? Maybe we will win, maybe we will lose. But as I mentioned, the Ventrue does everything in their power to seize control. So let's bring some order to the chaos that enveloped the streets of this lovely city. I also noticed that it's much quicker to get into a match these days. Oh, it's a windy loot royale game, which means it will be complete and utter chaos. Loot royale provides high tier loot in every known location or named location, and the windy variation speeds up the spread of the red gas, so the overall time the match will go on for is greatly reduced. And I learned from my previous games that in these kind of matches the most important to stay within the safe bounds of the map and always try to get out of the red gas, because it can really easily catch up to you. Let's see, can we find something interesting? Well, that's interesting, except I don't have a key. I don't think I have the time to search for one here, because we are already in a bad spot. That's good. We have armor. The first thing is to have weapons. The second, to have armor. The third, to have health. Gimme all the blood. Now we have everything that we need for a good start. Oh, give me that. This weapon, this assault rifle, in my opinion is better than the Tommy gun, especially when it comes to long range firefights, because the weapon doesn't spray as much. Oh, potent blood. We don't need that. Hopefully we will not need it for some time. Someone has been here. Let's take that knife. Welcome in, Zeph. Where are we? It's a great question. On the edge of the map. Dual SMGs. No, I didn't really like SMGs before, but I learned to appreciate them because their fire rate is much higher than the rifles in the game. Ah, thank you for the brick. I see. Nekio got a break as well. You are so generous today. I am done with work. That's great. What are you planning to do now? And I officially passed my exam a few days ago. It's a 3.3. Congratulations. I'm so happy to hear that. No, I don't want to be the one who says, I told you, but I told you you will pass. Oh ho ho, hand of glory. Let's become invisible and let's figure out where's that pesky Nosferatu who wanted to figure out my exact location. Because this swarm of bats did not come from nowhere. Bubble tea. The tried and true method. I guess that's a fitting way to celebrate. You should tell in the bubble tea store that you are celebrating passing an exam. Maybe they will give you a discount. It's worth a try. Let's see what we have here. No one... Oh my goodness! No one slightly annoying trait of the bots in this game, or the cultists, as they are officially called, is the fact that they can see you even though you are invisible. They just see you, no matter what. And I noticed that more and more lately when I try to use the artifact I'm holding right now, the Hand of Glory. But every time, every single time, no matter how much I try to not get noticed, I am noticed right away. And once again, I could not get out of the red gas, which is my bad. I'm just kind of used to its normal speed, and here you can see I couldn't even run as quickly as it was spreading, and I got too caught up in the fights. I once didn't visit the bubble tea store for a month, and when I visited again they asked if I'm well or if I was sick. Aw, that's nice of them. Yay, bubble tea indeed. Now that I once again wasted all of my preparations, like the brilliant strategist I am, let's try to get something for us. Okay, we have armor. That's good. We have a decent weapon. As much as this assault rifle is the default one, it's a rather good one. Okay, let's turn. Wow. I really used everything I could there. That was great timing. I hope this is not empty. This is not empty! We have a minigun! No, not really the sophisticated choice of weapon for the went through. That was close, way too close. No. Let's heal up. Why I didn't try to perform a diablerie there, it's rather simple. It takes time. And I had pretty much full health. So I didn't need to regain my health from my opponent. And so I figured out that instead of being stationary for so long and becoming a sitting duck out in the middle of the map, a much better option is to use a melee weapon, since it also heals you up, but you can move freely in case someone hits you. Oh, come on. Ah, haha, I went too close. I went too close there. Oh, and they were invisible. That explains it. That was pretty good. That was pretty good in my opinion. I tried to close the distance, it wasn't the right call there. But I will try to show you how choosing between performing a diablerie or killing your enemy from long range or with a melee weapon can have different pros and cons depending on your situation. I finished my new PNG model. Oh, that's the art piece you've been posting about recently? I didn't know that was a model. Or is that a surprise? Yes! Oh, that's absolutely wonderful. I'm happy to hear that. I'm looking forward to seeing you switch to your new looks. The ladybug moves! That's such a brilliant idea. I streamed in the morning with it. Oh, shucks, I missed it. Well, I will have to look out for the next one. Now, that wasn't so bad, I guess. We got the second place. And I was able to use both of the character's abilities, even though I have to get used to this dash. I could have tried that in the final battle, but as I said, it takes some practice, at least for me, to have the sort of muscle memory or reaction to use the abilities in a battle and make that split-second decision. I gave it a test try. The program is way easier on my laptop than VTube Studio. I guess you are using the PNG Tuber Plus system, but I'm not sure. I never used that program before. So now that we had a bit of fun on the streets, let's talk to all the characters. As you know, that is how we can learn journal entries.
Extraordinary.
So here we have Custis, the keeper
Nice to see you.
of Elysium.
How do you do?
Funny enough, I'm not sure what clan he belongs to. Then we have Maya. And seeing the red roses on the ground, you can already tell that she is the Toreador Primogen.
Happy to see you. Hello there.
And indeed, the NPCs sometimes make remarks about the clans we play as. And then we can go to Omnis. They are the Nosferatu Primogen. Working in the shadows in the basement of this building that is the Kindred's safe haven in these troubled times. Elysium.
Omnis is listening. Omnis has time.
But once again, not much that we can learn about, unfortunately. However, as I realized not so long ago, I was silly and didn't press the right button while talking to Kirill, and that is one of the reasons why I was missing some of the entries. So let's go to him, the Bruja Primogen, and also the local sheriff.
Come here. Yesterday. Yes.
But we don't get much from him either. And I just noticed this little detail. This minigun, you can see it has a kind of purplish outline. And I guess that is the case with every item in Elysium. However, the minigun itself, as far as I know, can only be found in legendary rarity in the game or during matches. More specifically in the weapon cases you can find in entity checkpoints. And I just used one in my previous match, and the legendary rarity has a yellow outline. But now that we paid a visit to all of our friends, let's get to know the last NPC, who is the new Prince of Prague. As you might know, the game story starts with a night with horrible events for the Kindred, because a meeting is attacked and their local leader, the Prince of Prague, Prince being a position within the Camarilla, the sect in which our kindred or vampire lives, is killed. And as the story progresses, we get to know a new character, a new prince who overtakes the princedom of the late Marcus, and she is, fittingly, a Ventru M, the Prince of Prague.
Hey there.
And there we have Masquerade, Part 8, the last one I was missing. Back in the day, members of the Ventru clan formalized the Masquerade being this law or rule within the Camarilla, limiting the exposure of the kindred within human society. The point being that humans should never learn about the existence of the kindred, since they would be destroyed, and so vampires are not allowed to use their powers or feed in public. I won't let that heritage be undone. And again, you can see that the Ventru has a long history, and they are rather proud individuals.
Good evening.
Good evening. And you can see the view of the city from here. End of Prague. It's a rainy night. But what a view from here, from Elysium. Now, one rather interesting thing is how we got here, because normally the elevator I took leads to a different location, to this room down here, and awaiting us is the doorkeeper, the Ventru doorkeeper. Not much of a talker, for sure. And we have to go up the staircase to meet with the prince, but apparently we managed to get to her right away. Good question, why? So let's go, start another game. We have work to do. We have powers to try out. And we have a city to rule. And you could also see the Ventru style being represented not only in the environment of the prince, but also her outfit and even her behavior, in a way, how she is well dressed and looks out on her princedom, only looking back at us when we are there to provide some information, but never truly facing us or giving us her full attention. She is much above such foolish behavior. After all, she is the head of Camarilla in Prague. I'm in a train, disgusting. Oh, again, I hope it's not as crowded as it was the other day. Oh, a skull. Such nice ornaments and so many lovely books here. I'm not too fond of the candles being put on them, but I guess that's one way to start a fire. Now, what shall we do now? It's more crowded. Is that even possible? I think it said it was pretty bad last time. I'm sitting on the floor. Wow. That's positively terrible. Off duty and loot royale. I'm not sure what is happening with the variations, but apparently we are in for another crazy time. No, loot royale once again means that we will find many high tier items. Off duty means the entity soldiers are not present, so we can go to the checkpoints and pick up everything without having to deal with them. That's rather nice. Let's see. I'll just be careful sitting on the floor. I hope no one will accidentally run into you. But that is indeed very, very bad. I didn't think that trains were this terrible. So you can see already we are finding some nice rare weapons and the grenade launcher. Now, much like the minigun, the grenade launcher is a weapon you can only find at entity checkpoints, and much in the same way, it cannot be reloaded, so we have a specific amount of grenades in this case. Now, where's the other weapon case? There is supposed to be one here, but maybe someone already got to it, even though I don't see a weapon case anywhere. Rather strange, if you ask me. There are children. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. As we know, Zeph is not necessarily a fan of children. Hopefully there are no pets, at least. Well, someone already took this weapon. Understandable. Other players had similar ideas and went to the checkpoints right away. Now let's put on our bulletproof vest and look around. Miss me. Oh, that was a nice one. So here you can see that I use the Diablerie, because even though I have to stay in one location for a bit of time, I assume that the coast is clear, and I not only got my health charged back to its fullest, but I also got a random blood resonance, which is rather useful. Now there should be a store here. Indeed, I think this is a tailor shop, Imperium, bespoke tailors, and you can find all kinds of weapons and armor here. So let's put on a new armor so we can take one of these and maybe come back here later on. Now there should be a pharmacy in here as well, but it seems the children once again cannot contain themselves. Who was that? Now in such a situation, killing the downed enemy with a ranged weapon is a good idea, because you don't have to go closer and risk getting shot, since I knew someone else was around. Now in that case you don't get any health back or blood resonance, but as you know, something for something, you have to work with what you have. Now, let's go back for that armor in the tailor store or shop, and then let's have a bit of a stroll around here, because I saw something interesting, which is a safe. There should be one somewhere nearby, because I saw it through the wall. Oh, there it is. As you know, no I don't. Well, in that case, you can always ask. Oh, noticed volume. That decreases the cooldown of all of our powers. Rather useful item. One of the stronger ones. In my opinion, the artifact that makes you invisible is the strongest. But that is only my personal opinion. Oop. Let's not do that. Now, one of the things why I rather like this clan already is because the ability to turn our skin into marble gives me a bit of time to get my bearings in a fight, and that is extremely useful to me. I can reorient myself and find my opponent. For example, right here. Except when my enemy is from the same clan, you run the risk of something like this. Now here, I have the time to do this because the person I downed managed to down my other enemy. Wow, where did you hide? Uh-oh. That is someone rather hellbent on killing me. Let me show you the last. So I have 170 health. And if I feel like the situation is not safe enough to perform a diablerie, but I still need to get some health back, I can always use my melee weapons, since they give me some health back as I deal damage to my enemies. Now I'm out of my grenade launcher ammo, so let's change to another weapon. But I also have a key, so let's open this. Oh, 9-barrel. Let's take that. I miss the quills. The quills are quiet. People are too loud. Yes, they are so noisy. Now be careful with that knife. You wouldn't want to stab anyone. Oh, they waited so perfectly. I'm not sure where they are coming from, because they were behind me, or at least I thought they were behind me, but then they were in front of me, so they somehow managed to travel much faster than I could have. But that's fine, let's try to find some gear for us. Oh, there's something. Skill issue. Yes, it really is. Is there anyone around with potent blood by any chance? Oh, there you are. I see you. I know there's someone behind me. But the thing is, if I get into a fight without an extra life, there's a good chance it's game over. This way, I have the chance of actually gathering an extra life before I start fighting, even though that is somewhat risky. You're not seeing anything, ma'am. Yeah, that is not how you use your siren abilities. That's an assist. No, because there is a fight ongoing, again, let's opt for our melee weapon. There is quite a lot of trouble going on around here. Oh goodness, what the heck is going on here? That was a lot of enemies at once. Oh, they know I'm here. They know. If nothing else, I'm going to kill you. And thank you for that. And that. And that. I have no armor or extra items, which is not good. And the pharmacy is on the other end of the store or the shopping arcade, so there's a good chance we are screwed. Oh, how did you know I'm here? I have no clue where they are, I have to be honest. I'm not good against these vertical players, and they are on the freaking ceiling. Oh, that's my stop there. Oh, this is bad. Shouldn't go there. Can you get the fuck down from the ceiling and actually fight? Thank you. Again, I know this is the pro way to play, but I'm not even trying to get into these fights. Somewhat with horny blood. Yes, exactly. It's reinvigorating for vampires. It's almost as if you give them an extra life, a chance to experience what only the living can. But hey, I'm really enjoying playing this archetype, I have to say. It's rather fun using these abilities. They work better for me because I can keep my slower playstyle and use the invincibility to position myself better in fights.
No. You found dual crossbow.
And there it is, the dual crossbow lore. And with that, I think we have done it. Because we have, from the start, we have all of the characters. We are missing collectibles with the octahedrons, but we have all of the random ones unlocked. We have all of the conversations. And since my last stream, I also got some of the missing item entries, such as the crossbow bolts and the shotgun shells, which were the two missing consumables. And for the ranged weapons, I got the assault rifle, the light machine gun, the silenced SMG I think we got in the previous stream. We also got the minigun, and now the last one, the dual crossbows. Meaning we have all of the ranged weapons and overall all of the item entries unlocked. With the locations, even though I spent a considerable amount of time in and around the graveyard, I did not get that entry or the disco. But with the lore, we have everything except the night in question, which, as it turns out, is bugged. This unlife entry, which is also bugged, and I was missing one entry in the Masquerade, but we got that from M. And with that, we have all of the lore ones, and we already have all of the tutorial ones. So we're missing 2 locations and the collectibles. That's all. We did a pretty good job unlocking everything, so we have little reason to talk to the NPCs. However, I want to go to M to show you one fun little detail, and that is how you can quickly get to her. Because normally you would need to go up on this staircase or that staircase and go around, but you can actually climb up on this statue and then go further. Now it's a bit tricky at first, but if you jump just right, then you can get on top of this gargoyle, jump over and make your way straight to M's office, which is pretty fun. And then when you're done, you can use the elevator to go back, and with a simple slide and jump, return to the main hall. Now I'm not necessarily sure if that was an intentional detail the developers added, the gargoyle you can climb up onto, but based on the fact that they put this table here just so you can quickly jump up to this area and get to Kirill without having to run around on the staircase, I'd say there's a good chance they thought of it. So we have most of the collectibles, and that goes for another game. Oh yes. Things are going rather well, but again we have plenty of work left to do. We still have 3 archetypes to look at, with today's one included, and we also need to look for those octahedrons, but we'll see how lucky we get with those. I have to admit, I've been looking for them and I haven't had much success finding them, but maybe the stream will give me some extra luck. An Elysium is a safe place for vampires to meet. The location is typically chosen by the prince. I like how even the loading screen provides some fun information and lore about the game and the world in which it takes place. Nah. Let's go. Let's try to do our best. Waiting for players? Oh, never mind. You can just populate the game with bots. I'm alright with them, don't worry. I will certainly not complain about being able to win for once. I'm not really good against human players, to say the least. Especially when they have years of experience and I don't even know which button does what with this clan. But hey. That's just an excuse. We are a Ventru. We are fated to be a ruler of these streets. That's a gun. Haha. But that doesn't do much against our marble hardened skin for those few seconds while the effect lasts. So please time your shots rather incorrectly. Oh, that's pretty hot there. Let's see, what do we have? Oh, this is not bad. We have a nice high spot to take down those annoying entity hunters. Okay, that's one down. I think there are 4 of them. Don't you dare! Hey! What did I tell you? Good. Okay, that was free. Just died at the worst possible second. Silenced SMG, not a bad one. Oh, someone is up for a fight, I see. Oh, what's that? It's been a long time I came here, and as I said, it's a rather dangerous place to park around, but we have a little surprise here that will be rather useful. We are invisible. Aww, what a nice dolphin. Sir, are you okay? You look wasted. Or drained, one or the other. Dangerous dolphin. Why? What is the dolphin plotting? Now we have armor, we are invisible. We have one epic weapon, so I would say we're off to a decent start. Do you know anything about dolphins? Possibly too much to think they are innocent creatures. See? Good point. Now, let's get a taste of the nightlife here. One interesting thing in the TTRPG, every clan has a sort of weakness, and the ones I read are really interesting. They show the flaws of every clan and their styles and personalities. For Toreador, I think it was the fact that as much as they adore and enjoy art, they can get rather obsessed with certain art pieces, be that an object or a person. And for the Ventru, because they are these sophisticated aristocrats, they have a fine palate for the blood they consume, or actually can consume. So they can only drink certain types of blood, and not something like a blood type. No, something rather specific that makes it rare, which is interesting. It makes their lives a bit more difficult, because they have to make sure they always have a ready supply of adequate blood. Oh goodness! You are pointing at the dolphin. I thought that dolphin was hiding behind some seaweed, but if a person is pointing at them, is that a bush or grass? Is that a land-dwelling dolphin? Now, it's a good idea to pay attention to the entity hunters and see where they are pointing their guns at. Oh, you. Did I say that this weapon sprays a bit? Yes, it does. No, where are you? Oh, there you are. Sorry, but once again, I don't have the time for a spectacular kill. Someone is lurking around here. And I'm not too fond of that. I am so used to playing the Bruja clan. I always think of using the soaring leap to move around. And I always have to kind of catch myself realizing, oh, I don't have that anymore. No, I do not need that. But I will take the katana, which I do believe is mentioned in the story of this game, or rather the story quests of this game, as the preferred weapon of the Ventru, whereas Kirill prefers more brutal weapons. I think the crowbar, was it? Or the spiked bat? Now let's see. Oops. So because I don't have the soaring leap, I have to rely more on the trick with the slide and jump. Oh, I saw you there. Okay, let's see what happens here. No, as I pointed out, the NPCs, or the bots, they can really easily notice you even if you are invisible. However, players cannot. Well, especially if they don't have keen eyes. And so it's important to not get too close to NPCs because they will notice you right away. But in this case, the player killed the bot, and then I was able to get the jump on them. And one way you can notice someone being a human player and not a bot is actually something this player did, and that is killing a downed enemy by shooting at them, because that is the most effective way when it comes to time, and so many players prefer that, especially if they don't need to heal, because they are so good at the game that they don't get damaged much. I'm in the bubble tea store now, but someone is sitting on my spot. Oh, you have a spot to yourself. Oh, I saw that. I do believe that this was a player, and I have to admit this was so beautiful how I was able to slide past them and make them think that I was still around the corner. I'm not really good pulling these kind of tricks, but I feel like that was a really nice way of going about this. Another really nice thing would be seeing the game, but you know, you can't always have what you want. Maybe I'm asking for too much. I'm autistic, so yes, there always exists an ideal spot. I do understand that I was referring more to the fact that you frequent that store so much that you have your kind of own spot, and even the people around know that. So here you might have seen that this enemy right away spotted me because they were an NPC. At least I think. And they don't really care about the artifact making me invisible. We have 2 silenced SMGs. You might be asking why. Why carry the same gun twice? But on one hand, I found rare versions of them, so that's great. The other thing is... I can easily switch between them, like I did here, without reloading. And I was also able to show you how to handle someone with a katana, because they are able to reflect the bullets shot towards them back to the sender, which is rather painful. So instead of just wasting your bullets on them, you wait until the ability's timer runs out, and then you start shooting again. And since they have to switch back to another weapon while you are already ready with your finger on the trigger, you have a bit of an advantage. And there I could also showcase why having 2 matching guns ready is a good idea, because while they were swirling around with their katanas, I could quickly switch between the 2 weapons instead of reloading, and I was ready to continue our fight at a moment's notice. Now I have to find a good hiding spot, and this is not a good hiding spot, and that tower is not part of the map. So there we have some players fighting. Oh, there's the third one. I see them down there. Oh, and they are invisible as well. Now in these kinds of situations, the best idea is to wait for the remaining players to find each other, but it seems I'm not the only one trying to hide. However, I have bushes! Haha, take that! I'm a bush! Now that building will not be part of the safe area for long, or so I hope. Bush moving! Bush moving! Okay, you can look again. Now I'm still not sure how easy it is to spot someone who is invisible with heightened senses. You can spot a player with your naked eyes when they are invisible, because they slightly break light, a bit like the effect in the Predator movies. Oh goodness, of course this building is the end point. And I know one of the enemies is there and the other one is somewhere there, and this is no good. So I have to not do this. Now one thing you can try to do is get the 2 to fight. Or they already dropped down a bomb. And you can do that by luring one of them towards the other. Did not work here. Don't you dare. So one is hiding on that side, good to know. We are waiting for a bit to get our health back. So that person will be camping near those, and the other person is possibly camping on this side. Right here somewhere. There is actually a sewer bomb there. So I will be camping here. Where the heck is the third player? I am genuinely curious. I guess they found each other. My only problem is I have no clue where. I guess somewhere here. No! I kind of wasted my ability there. True. But it's better to be safe than sorry. Okay, turn invisible. And back we go. Capture point. Oh no, you don't. And I guess I was kind of able to showcase the strategic mind of the Ventru. As much as I don't really like politics and the Ventru's never-ending quest for power within the Camarilla and the politics they play within the Camarilla, I do find their abilities in this game rather amazing and fun to play. They do suit my playstyle rather well. And also the ending of this game was more to my liking with a slower pace. And even though interestingly, we got to the capture point part, which takes some time, but it didn't feel like a long time because it wasn't just standing around. I was going around and kind of figuring out the area and the situation, but I always had time to go back, and I'm somewhat surprised that the safe part of the map wasn't just the top of the building, but it had these little partial circles around the building itself where I could jump down and hide and regain my my composure, which is rather nice, definitely. And not to mention, you could see how just a tiny indentation like this doorway can help you. Because if you're looking down from the roof, you might not notice me, since you would need to go pretty close to the edge to actually be able to see one half of the character poking out. And also they would risk getting noticed by someone else. And we got the Blade Disciple. Wow, I was not expecting that, but let's look at it. Oh, are those cats celebrating me for my victory? So sweet. Why would your eyes be naked? Your eyes have clothing? I mean, it is true that people say wearing glasses is part of an outfit. But maybe you are right. Glasses are clothing for eyes. Blade Disciple deals 60,000 damage to enemy players with any melee weapon. And there we have it. And with that, now that I think I was able to highlight the style and powers of this this archetype rather well. Funnily enough, I think I did a better job in 1.5 hours than I did with the Bruja in 4 hours. But then again, it's a big difference because these abilities work with my playstyle much better in my opinion. But now that we are done with that, let's look at some of these collectibles. Maybe we will find something. That's what I'm questioning. You said something was visible with naked eye. Well, something along the way. Yes, but that's exactly my question as well. Why wouldn't your eyes be naked? I mean, if you cover them up with clothes, you can see. So I feel like that most eyes are indeed naked. Except if we count glasses. But even then, many people are walking around with naked eyes. All the time. Now let's see. What do we have? In the journal. So here we have: look for an octahedron west of the sky bar. Yes, I do have that noted down. By demolition. Okay. Near the library. Alright. And then at Prince's Haven we have this. By the parking garage. And in theory we had one by the shopping arcade, but I guess I found that before. So let's go to one of these places. Now, I honestly tried looking for these and I could not figure out where they are, especially Prince's Haven. I went all around that place, but I could not find it. So now let's go to the parking garage. That's one of the places that I feel like I haven't as thoroughly investigated. Maybe we will find something. Or not. When it comes to collectibles, it's always a tricky thing to find them. And then, when we are done with looking for some of these collectibles, I will talk about the other types of octahedrons. Because, as I mentioned in my previous streams, there are two different types one with predetermined locations and one that are randomly scattered around the map. But for now, we are looking for one by the parking garage. I'm still not sure if the wording is super important here, because some say bar, some say at, some say near, but it's difficult to pinpoint exactly what those words would mean when it comes to the game. Well-fed and loot royale. This will be quite something. So here we have the parking garage. It's near the abandoned mall, and I'm never truly sure where the boundaries of this area are, because with most locations you have a building, but the parking garage is not as well defined. So maybe I was looking in the wrong place. I was always getting closer and closer to the build side, and maybe that's why I didn't find it. Look at that, 2 assault rifles just waiting for me. So this is in theory the parking garage. That's the entity checkpoint. We don't care about that. Let's start here. Now, as I said, these octahedrons have a smoke rising from them. Which is visible even in our heightened senses, and that could help us a lot, except so far it did not. What would be a good spot to hide an octahedron? Great question. Actually, that's a really good question, and I don't know the answer. So this is the parking garage. Okay. Do we see anything out of the ordinary? Absolutely nothing. Good start. It could be in one of these containers. It could be behind a wall. And that's the problem. It really can be anywhere. Now, once again, I'm rather close to the abandoned mall again, and I see the loot points, these circles with the blue owl. With the blue mist. Can you leave me alone? I'm looking for collectibles. There is a hidden little room here that is a bit more difficult to reach, but nothing of interest for us. There is something rather interesting here that I found before. I think this is a mannequin that was hung up. Maybe one of these pipes. No. Not in this pipe, not in this pipe. And this leads to the abandoned mall, which is this building. I don't really think that we should be this close to another location. I have to say, I'm rather stuck when it comes to collectibles here. How do I get to that? Oh, this side. Oh, right, I don't have a key. Goodness. Looking for these is quite the quest in itself, for sure. And I have a feeling once again I will return to Elysium empty-handed. Even though I try to use everything I can. Oh, thank you. Nothing. Well, I guess we have to move on. Where could we go? Well, we can go to the Divine Disco to maybe get the last location entry by staying there for long enough. Even though that's not necessarily a collectible. Well, hello there. What are you doing here? Come back! Face your demise at my hands. So this is the art gallery, but we've been here before and we don't have a collectible here, I think. Again, an NPC causing me grief, because no player would start shooting at a random nearby enemy who's up there right after a firefight with someone else, because especially they wouldn't really notice me since I was invisible, so I learned to understand the behavior of NPCs in the game. Even though there are definitely some really good players as well, and they can notice you miraculously in the most amazing ways, but I have a feeling this is more or less just an NPC. And we're back in the arcade. You can shoot through the ceiling, just saying. Ooh, burst rifle. Not my favorite, but it's legendary, so let's take it. And this is why this entrance is extremely useful. Oh, come on. Who the heck are you? Let's have a sip. I mean, if you can't get it fresh, you might as well enjoy the preserved, bagged version. I guess blood is almost like milk. It's best when served fresh and warm. But if you can't get that, there's also option B, which comes in a bag. It also spoils rather quickly. Okay, this is not good, but whatever. Let's try to get up as quickly as possible. And you can see how the the gas can form really intriguing forms, like this little corner here that I try to hide in. Oh, I heard that. The speedy duck died. Oh no, the speedy duck. Oh shit. Oh, there's someone here with a minigun. Aha, I'm not happy about that. Okay, am I in the safe area? I'm not, am I? Fuck this. Oh, come on, you. Where are you? Might as well use while we have it. Look at that, I have a full set of legendary weapons. That's pretty amazing. Never had that before. Even though the minigun only had a few bullets left, but hey, we made the most of it. Oh, I dropped the wrong weapon. Oh, that's a problem. Well, we have an empty minigun, so if someone kills us, we can still make a fool out of them by tricking them into believing that they found a rather good weapon, and then they will learn that no, it's just an empty minigun. Broadsword, bitch! Someone is nearby. Okay, that's an assist. Ooh, goodness. Things are going crazy here. Let's go a bit higher and see what we can observe. That hurt. I mean, not that much, and I think I actually got both of them. Thanks to the broadsword being so damn large. Now where are you? And what's that? Grenade launcher. It's not empty! There you are. One got away. They still got 200 damage, so that wasn't half bad. And I shouldn't have wasted the grenade launcher ammo on a downed enemy, but again, I was in an active shootout. Well, let's try to do the impossible and get across here, because this is the go-to place here. Pretty sure someone is actually already here. I already have the best weapon or item, but that's fine. Let's see what we have. We have the pharmacy down there. Did I see someone down there? I think I did. Oh yes. I did. Don't shoot me, shoot them. You're right in front of you. Come on. I don't like all of these climbing noises. Let's put on a new armor, because this is probably our last chance to do so from behind cover. There's one person, but I have a feeling the other person is on the other end of the map, once again to annoy me. Let's go to this end of the map. If they notice me, they are definitely a bot, because most players don't even look up, let alone notice someone who is invisible. Oh, there you are. I see both of you. Yeah, you should really get fighting. Oh, really clever how the Toreador used the dash there. I'm sorry, dear, but you've lost. And that's another victory for us, and 0 freaking collectibles. Now, there are lists of the location of collectibles, so I could look at those. I'm not that desperate just yet. We might do that later on. But hey, we'll see. Where else could we go? This is the parking garage. West of Sky Bar. We can go to the west of Sky Bar, because that is really close to the edge of the map. So the best bet is starting there and hopefully finding whatever we need, then moving on. Oh! What kind of shoes you have there? Wow! Those are some neon lit shoes. And some beautiful red eyes. There are quite a lot of players here now. I guess more and more players return to the game to say farewell to it, and also maybe some new players join in just to see what this game was like. And I am delighted to see that, as much as that means more trouble for me. But hey, that's fine. As long as everyone is having trouble. Now, where shall we go? I'm not sure. But hey, let's go with the plan. I say that as if there was a plan to begin with, but very not. I'm sure we will figure out something. West of Skybar. Well, west is to the left on the map, not down. Note to myself. But where exactly? Well, if it was at or around the Skybar, I think it wouldn't say west too. But near the Skybar, we have the University Garden. And if it was there, then I guess it would say University Garden. So I guess this building is our best bet. Or the area right here, which is the complete edge of the map, lined with the waters, the shark-infested waters. Can we say shark-infested waters if there is only one shark? I'm not sure, but it's a pretty big one. So let's go, let's see if we can figure out where this freaking thing is. I'm not sure how close I would need to go to it to see it with this vision, but I will hazard the guess and say that I don't have to standing right next to it. This is already next to the University Garden, so I don't think that it would be here. At least I would call this more like north of the University Garden and not west of Skybar. Even though obviously the two descriptions kind of overlap. I don't see anything down here, and this is the entity checkpoint, which is, you know, not a bad thing. Let's pick this up and take this. Yes, I am not killing the entity hunter. They are not bothering me, I'm not bothering them. Okay, so I guess we are taking a look at this building here. Now, one easy place to hide collectibles would be beneath these arches. Nothing. Let's see around here. Maybe there is an alleyway or something like that. But we are already right next to the University Garden, so it might be too far off. There is an area here which would be a prime location for any collectible. But I see no collectible whatsoever. Anything up here? Nothing, and nothing, and more nothing, and a whole lot of more nothing. I have no clue where these things are. We have this connecting bridge, and that is the Skybar. So, well, we are as west of the Skybar as it gets. We have this little balcony here. Anything here? Nothing. Lovely. West of Skybar. If only I knew what they meant. And you can see I went right to searching, and I still couldn't really look around much because The red guys just decided to spread this way. Don't mind me, I'm only here for the weapon. Thank you. I'll be gone in a moment from here. Thank you, and I am gone. Have a wonderful day. Enjoy killing each other. You are doing a wonderful job. You know, just because you are a vampire doesn't mean you have to be a murderer. Oh, look at those! Look at those two crowbars! They look amazing like that. Okay, where else could we go? Helipad, art gallery, parking garage. I guess we're going back to the parking garage if we have the time to do so. You stopped at this fucking instance. What did I say? Stop it! You want to continue? I told you not to do it, but did you listen? Of course not. Nah. I ruined my perfectly new armor. Also, where the heck am I? There are so many little nooks and crannies in this city. It's absolutely amazing. I could walk around on this map for dozens of hours. I'm pretty sure I would still not find every hidden thing. Okay, so this is the art gallery. And we have to go to the parking garage, which is this way. And there's someone right in front of us, because of course there is. Oh, little alleyway here, leading to the parking garage. How convenient! I remember there were a few instances when I randomly found collectibles. I didn't even really know how they worked back then. I even had a game that ended in a small area and I picked up a collectible by pretty much falling into it. So there are certainly lucky moments. Oh, I thought that was it, but that's once again just blue loot location, nothing else. So you see, based on the text, I am not at the parking garage. I'm kind of north of the parking garage. And that's what confuses me. Where does this place start? Where does it end? Where the heck am I right now? I guess no, I'm at the parking garage. Do you see any collectibles? Because I don't. And it certainly makes my job much easier that this vision only lasts for a few seconds, and I say that with the most sincere sarcasm I can. I mean, there's the crane, it could be there, but I don't think so. Oh, you can actually slide through underneath them? I didn't know that. Ooh, that must be the manager's car. Some worker is pissed. I'm not finding anything here, to be perfectly honest. Okay, this is not it. This is the entities checkpoint. You are my dinner. I'm taking that. And I'm opening this. Two silenced SMGs or a grenade launcher with only 6 shots. Let's stick with the grenade launcher. That's a difficult choice. Also, I'm not invisible, which hurts my chances. Something fierce. You let me alone. You two fight it out, have your little brawl, whatever. I'm going... Well, I was going to Princess Haven, but apparently I'm not going there because it is enveloped in the red gas. And that's the thing with collectibles in this game and in many battle royale games where you don't have access to the entire map. Oh, they were much quicker than I anticipated. And I looked at the wrong enemy at first. Oh goodness, my perfect little loadout was stolen. I'm going in the wrong direction. Again, you have to have the kind of reaction that if in case you get hit, you use your ability, and then you have the time to like look around and figure out what the heck is happening, which I missed, and it cost me dearly. Okay, I think I was pretty good there. I think I did a pretty good job with the aim. But yeah, that didn't work out, unfortunately. And what else didn't work out was well, my collecting. So let's see, we looked at the demolition in previous streams. We went west of the sky bar, we went to demolition. Princess Haven I looked at so much. The parking garage we looked at, so I guess the only thing left is near the library. Let's go to the library and let's see how near we should go. And I guess it shows rather perfectly how the player number increased by how quickly we get into new matches. It's just a few seconds and you're already in a match. That's not something that happened before, but not often. I noticed that obviously on weekends the loading times were decreased due to more players playing, but today is well, Wednesday, so I don't think it's that. Let's see, can we find something in the library? I have my glasses on. Not really. Now it doesn't say in the library, but I wanted to show the library before because it has an inside area, which is pretty nice. But I think last time when I was there, I got attacked and murdered. So the library has many entrances. This is one. We also have this entrance that I used before, I think. Let me take those. Thank you very much. And this is the first floor. Let's take some of these weapons. And then we have the second floor with more entrances or exits. One is on top of this building and it actually leads to another entrance. This building has probably the highest number of entrances and exits in the entire game. There's one here which goes to a little park and an AFK player. The AFK player is not included in the deal. It's a timed limited exclusive. And then we have this third floor. You can see the staircase leading up here that we've seen before. We have a elevator, even though I don't think it's working. Apparently someone was working on something here. And yes, indeed this entire place looks like a a base of operation for the Nosferatu. But inside we don't have much. This is the roof of the building, which is the building itself is much bigger than the library part that we can discover. No, that is an octahedron, but it's not the one we are looking for. It's a random collectible octahedron, and we are looking for a specific one. Now we have these courtyards that we can look around in. I mean, they are near the library, they are part of the same building. It's a good question if that is what the game means. Let's see, there's one little roof area here. What else? What else do we have around? This is one of the entrances. And we're back to where we started. And we have this park, I'd call it. Now it could be in the bushes, even though it would be pretty impossible to notice it, but it technically could be there. This is the outside of the library. I can't see anything. Well, this did not help whatsoever. We pretty much looked all over the place. I still don't have the necessary key. I don't think it's inside, but I also couldn't find it on the roof or in the surrounding area. Have I been here? Probably. Not on the fountain. Where could it possibly be? I mean, it could be next to the building. Also, it says near, so it could be on nearby buildings. There is this place, now that I think about it. I think this is where giant bookshelf mural is painted on the wall. One of the walls. Or maybe not. Oh, I was like, that's it. No, that's fire. It could be behind the scaffolding, but I'm not seeing it anywhere. Okay, let's see. This is near. This is near it. It's right next to it. Let's see, anywhere here. On this side, I don't see anything. Lovely. Another thing. Another thing. What's inside here? What is this place? Oh, I mean, not what I'm looking for, but maybe what I need. What? I just turned invisible. That's not such a big deal. I mean, it's not even my vampiric power. Don't you dare call a Bloodhunt on my head for that. And we are at the demolition, where we also should be able to find a collectible, except we are not finding it. Alright, let's see. I did look around here in the destroyed buildings as much as I could. Now again, I do not know for a fact how close we have to be to find a collectible, but I did see something there. However, that's once again just a random octahedron and not the one we are looking for, which is kind of turning into a reoccurring thing here. Is that me walking? Holy moly! I know the archetype is described as a juggernaut, but holy... wow. We go like a tank. Graveyard. I mean, we do have to spend some time in the graveyard to get that missing entry, so I guess if we have nothing else to do, we might as well. What? Another one? I wasn't even aiming at them, I was just really bad at shooting the other person. And I just kind of got them right in the face. So it wasn't enough. Let's see. I mean, we shouldn't get back into this fight, but then again. Stop jumping around, it's annoying. What now? You're invincible. Tough luck, I am too. Nah. Let's see what the other two high flyers are up to. I guess they are finished. No, they are not. Another bot. Based on the fact how quickly they noticed me, even though they were showing their backs to me, which is a pretty impressive thing, if you can see. From your back. So that was a good call, I guess. Making ourselves invisible there. Oh, that was a bad call, however, and I was too slow to activate my power to become invincible. But yeah, fighting two fights at the same time is not always the best idea. And that is the end of that. Now I will try to do something insane here and get my gear back, because I have this, the neutralizer, so I can really quickly pick all of this up and try to make my way back. If that is possible. I do have a syringe that will hopefully keep me alive, or not. Oh, I'm so dead. I was hoping that I will be quick enough. I was not. I should have gotten to this building quicker. But the red gas takes no prisoners. Excuse me? What is that number I'm seeing there? Because I'm not really seeing it. 500. Does that really say 500? Level 540. My goodness! I guess they use the perk that makes them impervious to the red gas for a short period of time when they enter it. But you know, I'm somewhat happy that I don't have to face this player, because no, absolutely no. I mean, they are walking through the red gas and traversing the area like it's nothing. And I'm not even sure how they can look around so quickly, but I guess it's because they are playing on PC, since they don't have the little PlayStation symbol next to their name, so they can really quickly change their their location and where they are looking. However, they are kind of stuck down here, which is not a good spot. And as you can see, that nasty crossbow is playing a part once again. Yeah, you can't go up here either. The only one way really up is the spiral or climbing the walls, which is close to that sentence if you don't know where your enemy is. And that enemy is indeed invisible here. But here you can see another trick. I think this character is a Tremere Muse, and they can heal themselves. And when they start healing themselves, they get a larger amount, and then it slowly increases, and they use this system to their advantage by only activating their ability for a short moment. And now they have the high ground. But interestingly, they don't really seem to prefer close quarter combat. They really want to keep the enemy at bay and further away, even though I guess they could aim just fine if they are close by, even going through the red gas to get to the top here. What a crazy idea. But yes, they are definitely really good at aiming precisely. I'm rather interested who will win this duel, because both of them are sliding around like a maniac. And that was a bomb, Swerbong being activated. The funny thing is, I am not controlling the camera here. So what we are seeing is in theory what the player is seeing as well. But at the same time, I have no clue whatsoever how they are able to follow the enemy with such precision. I really don't know. They just turn around and the enemy is magically there. I guess they could say that they hear the enemy, which is fair. Sound plays a major role in this game and in many battle royales, but it's certainly too much information for me to quickly wrap my head around. It's kind of a shame that we can't change to the other player. And even here, they missed the first strike, and the other player right away heard the swoosh of the katana, and used the gas. And they are dancing. They won the second round. It does happen with really good players that they enjoy these duels so much they go for a second round. I'm not sure what the plan here is. Oh, they both dropped their invisibility items. again, at this level in the game, you can do pretty insane things, and these players have been definitely around for a while. They don't really care about winning or losing, it's all about the fight. Apparently it's a katana only duel at this point. Going so quickly that I can barely see what's happening. And you can also see the blood bags. I think the winner of the duel dropped in case the other player needs them to have full health for their duel. Not that such players wouldn't have their sanguine resonances filled at this point. And also we are talking about a Tremere player, or maybe it was actually not the Tremere, a Toreador player. Maybe it was a Toreador player here. And they even gave the victory to them. I guess the initial winner got such a fun duel. They said it's worth it to give the other player the victory. So as much as I cannot personally show you these kind of insane duels, I can give you a glimpse. And that's always fun to see what the most dedicated players in a game are capable of. And in a way, it's a nice thing that I get to witness these, because normally in a game you wouldn't be able to join games with such high level players if you are as low level as I am. But here, because of the low player count, I guess everyone gets thrown together. So that was rather fun. However, I could find no collectible at all. That's no good. But we did find a few random collectibles. I will show you what those are. So as I said, we have collectibles. And in the Intel section, we have 4 tails with multiple entries. They are called parts here. And you get a hint about their locations like so. By the demolition, near the library, the ones we looked for. The stories are similar. One is at the Prince's Haven, one is at or by the parking garage. And then we have the clues. Now the clues are different because whereas the Intel and story octahedrons are located in a predetermined spot on the map. So you have to find them in that specific location, and that is why the game can offer you these hints about where they are, and that makes them a bit more difficult to find, because as much as you know the approximate location, the developers hid them rather well. Now, the clues are different because they appear randomly next to weapons and items in those blue circles where you find loot. And we have them appear in 4 different chapters. Now, each of them gives you a short entry. They are 1 entry long. There are no multiple parts to these. And they are presented as items. So, for example, we have the weathered book page, time-worn chocolate box, notebook page, Polaroid of slaughtered swans, carved chess piece, snippet of a catalog, video cassette, save combination, sheet music, pouch with teeth, stained newspaper clip, surveillance tape, grainy photograph, chains and shackles, and pocket watch. So these were all the random clues, as they are called, that were added to chapter 1. And you can find these at those random loot locations scattered around. Now, one of the big differences between these octahedrons and the ones for the intel and the stories is the fact that they appear in random locations. The other one is that whereas the intel and stories octahedrons are in a specific location and can be picked up by anyone whose next part in a certain storyline calls for that specific octahedron. So even by multiple players in the same match, with the clues, they randomly get placed in those loot spots or loot circles, and only one player can pick up one in a match. So if we start a game and we find one and we pick it up, no one else can pick up that one. So it's more random in many ways, and it makes it a high priority in the beginning of the games, in the matches, because by the end most people probably ran through those loot circles and picked them up automatically. So much so that even though I have all of them, I have all the ones in chapter 4, chapter 3, chapter 2, and as I shown chapter 1, I still pick them up. And that's what you've seen in the previous match. And I still get the little notification that I collected an octahedron, even though I already have all of them. And I don't unlock anything at all. But I still pick them up because it happens automatically. So when I started looking for all of these collectibles, I looked all over the place, and with the intel and the stories, I had the hints, so I knew where to look. But with the clues, I had no idea, and I actually had quite a lot of them, which I didn't really understand how. And so I started looking online of their locations. Where are they? How can you find them? And I could not find anything. There was no map, there was no list of locations. And no, I obviously understand because there are no fixed locations, but it was actually a guide, I think, that mentioned that these appear in random locations. And after that, I started looking for those blue missed the loot circles right away when I started the match, and indeed that worked wonderfully, and I was able to collect all of them. So those are the two types of different octahedrons. Now the random ones, you kind of collect as you play, since you go to those loot circles for weapons and ammunition, or you just run through them. And since you automatically pick these octahedrons up, you will slowly but surely unlock them all as you play, which I think is a really clever idea from the developers, because they tied the collecting of these items into the gameplay. They place the collectibles they place these at areas that you would frequent just in your normal gameplay. And the intel and the stories are the kind of old school collectibles that are about looking for a specific hidden item, and they are about the adventure, the hunt, the bit of detective work. And as you can see, I did pretty well with all the ones that I found. I mean, I have all of the notes in the stories and intel files that I was able to start. But the ones that I couldn't, I have nothing. And in a way, maybe they are bugged, and that's why. I'm not sure. So I will really quickly make a search here. Let's see, Intel. And also because I mentioned it before, that this game has a wiki page. It's actually kind of a subsection of the Paradox wikis, titled Vampire the Masquerade wiki, and there you can find all of these lovely information about the game. So here we see this journal entry unlocks in pieces by collecting 5 specific octahedrons. Okay, well, let's go. Let's look for one. I mean, there is, I have a screenshot of one of them here. And I mean, I've been there. Oh, wait a moment. Here is the answer. This octahedron is slightly bugged and will not appear in solo mode, though many have been able to successfully collect in trios mode still. Well, that explains a lot. So let's start actually a solo game here, while I look through the other missing entries. Maybe there is a note about some of those as well, without me spoiling too much. No such note here. So maybe only this first one is bugged. So let's go to the exact location that this screenshot shows. And if it doesn't work, let's actually try going with a duos or a trios game. I've said before that I would show you what those are like, and I guess this is the perfect segue into that. And as you might know me, I normally don't like looking for guides or spoiling the location of collectibles and such, but we are short on time and also you can see the errors of my trophy hunting ways, because this one is bugged. So if I keep looking for it in solo mode, I will never find it probably. So sometimes there is a point when you should look for some help. It's difficult to find that point, it's true, because sometimes you will feel like an absolute moron for not finding what you were looking for. But that's kind of a part of trophy hunting and looking for collectibles overall. So what we are looking for is, in theory, one of the windows on top of this building. I'm not sure which one, but it should be somewhere here. Not here, wait a moment. Here. It's not here. Do we have any other windows like these? We have these smaller ones, but I don't think these are the ones. So it should be either here or here, but it's not. So this one is indeed bugged and we shouldn't worry too much about it. So let's go somewhere else. I guess we're going to the library because that's the only one that will be safe, hopefully. But based on this, they are not as hidden as I might have thought, because it's just on the roof of the building, and it is indeed the building west of Skybar. It's not the Skybar building, it's the one next to it. So my logic was sound, but apparently the collectible is slightly bugged. And in a way it makes sense, because I've been looking for these for quite a while, so it makes sense that the ones I'm still missing have some reason as to why I haven't found them. Excuse me? You can go inside this? Oh, this is a tomb, my bad. Someone is nearby. Oh, bats. And the blood-hunted individual. I almost shot you. I almost shot you. Now one says buy demolition. So let's look around demolition. I mean, maybe it's in one of these little entrance areas, and I've been looking around in the half destroyed buildings like a moron. I think the exact wording was by demolition, so let's look here. We've been here before, and as much as this would be such a perfect place for a collectible, it's not where we will find what we need. So this triangular building is the demolition area, or point of interest, or however you want to call it. Look, I have no trouble with getting murdered here, but I was looking for something, you know, just saying. Pretty rude if you ask me. And once again, I activated the protective ability 1 second after the last moment. Okay, you go there, you have your fun, and I... Did you just shoot a civilian? Oh goodness, what the heck is going on around here? Leave me the fuck alone! What's wrong with you people? I mean, Kindred, I mean, holy moly. I mean, it might be here. That duck with the duck banner, I do not know that item. I've never seen that before. I don't think so. Pretty interesting. And the game just crashed. That's fine, don't worry about it. Yes, I accept everything. Well, I guess we learned one valuable lesson. And that is, when you can't find a collectible for the life of you, there is a chance that it's because it's bugged. Or you're just a moron. That happened to me as well before. So don't don't think that I'm so good at finding these collectibles. But I guess that gives us the perfect opportunity to go and play a duos battle royale. Now it says that the estimated queue time in solo is 1 minute, and in duos it's also 1 minute. So we will not need to wait for too long. But yes, I certainly understand those players who want to figure out everything themselves. The trophies, the collectibles, the riddles, the puzzles. And I do that most of the time. But sometimes in games I hit that wall that I just cannot do what I want. I cannot figure out what the requirements for a trophy might be when I'm dealing with the last few secret trophies, or where a hidden item is. I mean, I spent 7 playthroughs of Resident Evil 3 looking for documents and the Charlie dolls. Even just finding all of the weapons took multiple playthroughs. And that's why whenever I start a game, this being kind of an exception, because this is a multiplayer game and there aren't as many guides about it, and these collectibles have no trophies attached to them, so there are no descriptions for trophies that I could have used. But I always try to look at some guide, at least the non-spoiler part of the guide, to see if there are any bugged trophies, there are any glitches I might need to look out for. And here I definitely ran into one of them, or actually multiple, with some of the entries being unachievable, and apparently this octahedron being slightly bugged, which I'm okay with. Again, this game was abandoned a long time ago, and I'm happy that most of it at least works. I'm still happy that they kept these servers running for this long. But this is why I always advise people, whenever they set out to look for collectibles or trophies or whatnot in a game, to check first if it is possible. Now I know that is a really easy way to run into spoilers, so sometimes the best way to go about such is asking someone else who already played the game or who's not interested. My bad. To check a guide for you, or if they already played it, just give some pointers, like these trophies work, there's a bugged one, there are some collectibles that are really difficult to find. I always feel like having someone who knows the game provide information to you is one of the most useful things you can do in a game when it comes to trophy hunting. Now, normally I would start where my partner starts, but we're looking for that collectible, so let's go. Ooh, a scholar, a Tremere player, rare indeed. Level 25. So they certainly haven't just started playing that archetype. So duos is rather similar to solo games. Where is my collectible? Nowhere? Nowhere. Okay, so maybe it is trios only then. But hey, let's make the most of this. So duos are pretty much the exact same thing, except that you are facing off against pairs of players, which makes solo play rather difficult. But I will attempt to do something rather reckless here and get that rare gun. Yeah, you should really go that way. You are absolutely right. I risked my life for an epic revolver. Well, fuck my own life. Okay. So my partner is right over there on the other end of the map. And that's where we are headed. Because strength is in numbers, especially when you are playing a game like this. So let's waste no time. I do not want to get into many fights here because again, I would be at a disadvantage. But maybe I will not even get to my partner before they die. However, lives here are slightly different than in solo games. You might have noticed that we don't have the extra life in the top right corner. And we don't have... Ow. We don't have people or civilians with potent blood around either. I hope I didn't run into some maniac who will chase me down through half of the map. That would be rather problematic. Now we're getting close. I guess that's a... Oh, that's a respawn point. I see them rather rare this side. Wasn't sure what I was looking at. That's a respawn point where we can respawn our fallen teammate. So indeed here we don't have extra lives that we can use, but as long as one player from a team survives, they can revive their fallen allies at certain points. But my teammate is apparently so scared of me that they are running through half of the map like I'm chasing them, which it does seem like I'm chasing them, but I'm not. Oops. Sorry about the car. Okay, that's not bad. Okay, are you finally done with running? They should be around here somewhere. Where are you? To the left, where to the... Oh! Safe. Ho ho! Hand of glory! Okay, they are... trying to follow the map. But they are right here, in theory. But they, oh, there you are. I'm sorry that I didn't spawn on you. Just excuse me. I didn't know I was playing with a bird. I mean, it's pretty cool that you can fly and all, but I can't. Goodness. Stop with the running. Okay. This will be rather fascinating, trying to follow this player, but hey. They are certainly traversing the map much quicker than I can. Okay. I mean, maybe a Bruja with the soaring leap could keep up with them, but my powers are not focused as much on traversal, and I guess that's one of the reasons why I like this archetype. Okay, we are both invisibles. Wonderful. We can start a new superhero group, the Invisibles. Yes, vampire superheroes. Totally normal. Where are you? Also, interesting little thing that I just realized. As much as I'm trying to chase them down, we are not running into anyone. Where are the players? And who are you this darn quick? I do like how every now and then they look back, and I guess they just think like, oh, this slow bastard. But it has an advantage not being too close, because if one of us gets noticed, the enemy won't know right away where the other one is. It's not me being slow, it's a tactical advantage. Oh, for fuck's sake! Stop flying! You know what, I will just follow you on the ground. What you think? I'm pretty sure they will go on top of this building, so I will just climb this one because it's not as tall. No. No, you finally decided to stay on your butt. The one time I'm not following you. Okay, but if you dare to jump off this building when I get up there, I'm going to... Well, fuck. I'm going to do something. Finally. Don't you fucking dare jump off. Don't you dare. Indeed, you can set markers. What? There's a slight problem. I have no clue where my teammate is. Oh, I know where my teammate is. Now again, being not too close to each other is a double-edged sword. On one hand, it's good because attacks that deal area damage, like the crossbow, is not as effective. On the other hand, we can't come to each other's aid as quickly. Will you just run around here? Like, come the fuck on! Defeat? What about my teammate? Oh, my teammate is already dead. I mean, that was spectacular. That was an absolute and utter shit show. But that's a third place. Without any eliminations or assists. A truly... what would it be called? Peaceful playthrough. But apparently it's not the way. because we need 3 players for this octahedron to appear. So let's go and play a trios. Now it says 1 minute wait time on the other modes and 4 on this one. And I feel like that is because there are not as many bots in duos and trios as in solos. I played solo matches with what I assume was entire NPC lobbies. I was pretty much the only human player, I think, in the match. Whereas here there were many more human players based on the names that I've seen pop up. And that's nice. However, I do remember when I tried playing some duos, because in some ways it can be easier if you get a really good teammate. They can balance out if you're not as skilled like I am. And I did play a few duos games when I wanted victories to complete challenges, and I did get thrown into duos games alone. I actually do remember winning a duos game alone. Maybe because of the bots, I'm not sure. But that's certainly a possibility. Though, for our intents and purposes right here, it's not a big problem if we don't get a teammate. We just need the octahedron. But who knows? Who knows? Maybe we will get some fun moments in this game or in this match. Juggy, welcome in. Thank you for the daily check-in and the care package. We are just waiting on a trios battle royale. Even though I mostly play solos, I did want to show how duos and trios work. And it seems a bugged collectible is only collectible in trios. How do you make your VTuber drink? Oh, the model. It's a toggle option for my model. It was custom made by the creator of the model, Repo VT, and it works in VTube Studio, which is a free program you can find on Steam. Even though I should work on it a bit so it works better, but I don't really want to mess up my current setup with my models, so I kind of keep it as it is until it breaks. That's cool. Thank you. I also like to pull out my controller whenever I'm really set on focusing on the game. Not just yet, because we are still waiting in the lobby. But hopefully we will get into a game soon enough. But hey, until that, we can still look around. Look at this beautiful place. I mean, I don't know much about architecture and styles of building, but one thing I have to admit, these vampires certainly have fantastic taste when it comes to their dwellings. Even though it seems a bit over the top. I mean, I understand. Spacious homes, but this might be a bit too much. Just imagine trying to heat up this building. All the warm air would just go to the ceiling and it would just kindly freeze on the ground, which is, I think, stone and marble. Both rather cold. But then again, I'm not sure if vampires in this universe are warm or cold-blooded. It's a great question. Oh, come on, it's been 6 minutes. I only need one game. Well, I hope I only need one game. I'm so curious what's behind this. It looks like a tomb. Or an entrance to the catacombs, but it's locked. The one thing I certainly like, these statues. You know, some might say that they couldn't quite put their finger on what they like about these statues. But me, honestly, I definitely could put my finger on exactly what I like about these statues. Oh, come on, 7 minutes? Well, I guess that's what happens when you are playing a dying multiplayer game. And this is one of the difficult aspects of running a multiplayer game, that you need players. And as the player count decreases and the wait times on matchmaking increase, more and more people will get bored and leave the game. So it's kind of a catch-22 of just more and more people leaving because they can't get into games. And that's why the player base is so extremely important in multiplayer games. Even if they don't spend so much money on in-game items or anything like that. Okay, let's go here. Now the first player who chooses a location will decide for everyone, even though they can later on change where they want to specifically spawn. So we have a warden, a ventru, a bruja brute, and an enforcer, another ventru. Level 1. This is probably their first game, as as that archetype. That's fine. Let's get on top of this building. Let's hope we find what we are here for. Wrong place. Not here. Not here. Don't do this with me. It's not here. At all. Oh, come on. I think I'm looking at the right place. At least I hope. Let's look at this building. Maybe there are ceiling lights here as well, but I don't think so. I think those are the spots. So this one is just bugged, unfortunately. I think it should be the one closer to us right here and on the side with the electric panel. So it should be here based on the screenshot, but it's not. So it's either bugged and you can get it by chance in trios, or it's just impossible to unlock, which is a shame, but that's what we have to work with. Ow! Alright, time to go! I never played a trios game, I think. Goodness. Don't leave me here, you two. I don't really know who's the leader. I'm just going after whoever I see. Oh, that was the statue. Silly me. Oh, should have not jumped into that. Can someone tell me where the heck my team is? Okay. Find my team. Find the gun. Have no health. Need some health. Not the best kind, not my favorite resonance, but blood is blood. Oh. First I had one who can fly, now I have one who can leap. And I'm the only one who's only running. I think the Bruja player had the highest level. So they are kind of the leader of the group, or at least how I mostly look at multiplayer games is based on level, because that is one way to compare the experience level of players. Enemies there. Okay. Could we stop with the running? No? Ho ho! Oh, they came back. Okay. Oh, it's so difficult to follow you two. I guess they are not the most aggressive when it comes to looking for fights, which I do like because I prefer not dying. Come back, yo. Okay, finally caught up to them for a moment until they jump away again, and there they go. I understand that you should be able to kind of survive on your own in this game to a certain degree, but with teams of 3, I feel like being alone is not the best idea. I guess this is not the best time to mention and compliment their butts. I have a feeling they would just throw me off of this tower, so let's stay quiet. Okay. Let's sit. You know, with all of my games, solo games where I was running around like a maniac, trying not to get murdered, being chased by the red gas, this is certainly a breath of fresh air. Just chilling here and looking at the skyline and the red gas. Mostly the red gas. We're gonna have some music spilling out of the divine disco down there. We have 10 enemies, or 10 players in total actually, so I think that includes us 3. So we have 7 enemies remaining. Good question, how many groups that means. At least 3, but it could be 7, all we know. Okay, sitting is over. Now be honest with me, you really see someone there? Because I certainly don't see anything. Okay, let's go. I mean, I haven't been shot at for at least 2 minutes. I'm starting to feel weird. Easy for you to do that. Jumping a small little 120 meters. Oh, might have overshot that just a bit. Why are we coming here, by the way? Just asking. Oh, there's a fight here. Great. I'm trying to get there. It's not my fault that you run like a fucking maniac. I kind of hope that the enemy in question was alone. Would anyone be ever so nice and jump over here? Stop shooting! Okay, fair enough, I should have shot them, but Again, not exactly my strong point, playing duos and trios here. So what do we get here? Top 3 or top 4? 3 out of 10. With 4 players remaining. And everyone invisible in the entire team? Wow. A new record! Well, it's a new record because... well, I never really played this game mode, so you can see that dealing 117 damage was a record. But we did not find the item we needed. So, apparently, we will have to leave this collectible behind for the time being. I don't really want to go through a 6-minute queue time again just to hope that we find the collectible there. I might try it off stream, but for now let's look at the next collectible. Buy the demolition. Okay, let's go to the demolition. It says buy, right? Let's actually pay attention to the wording. Buy demolition means that it's not exactly within the area of the demolition. It's around it, or it's next to its borders, which means that I think at least that it should be somewhere on the streets surrounding the triangular shape of the demolition area. Let's see if I'm correct or not. It's always a guessing game with collectibles, but hey, it's fun, at least for me, and I hope to my viewers as well. Buy demolition. Okay, so the demolition is here. The graveyard is right next to it, which is a tricky thing, because that makes me believe that it's not to this north street. The collectible is not here, because then it would be right next to the graveyard as well. If it's by the demolition, it will be somewhere on the other surrounding streets. And because it's a triangle, I think we only have 2 streets to really look at. So let's see if we will get lucky. And also not get murdered like last time. Is the fuck? What just happened? So if that was the collectible, then it's gone. I think it just poofed out of existence. I certainly did not pick it up. I think I didn't see the notification that I picked it up. But that would mean that it appears right at the beginning of the game, and then it... Is that what I think it is? Come on, load. No, it did not fall through the ground. I thought for a moment that it just fell through the ground. And that's why I also walked up to the chimney to the west of the sky bar, because I wanted to test if the octahedron is just invisible, which could be a bug that you can't see it but it's there, but I still didn't get it. So something fishy is going on here. Something real fishy is going on here, and I do not like it. Sir, you can't commit murders in a graveyard. It's bad manners. I mean, I guess it's as close to the final resting place as it can get. Stop shooting at me and shoot at the other person, okay? Have some diversity. Oh, come on. Can I get my elimination, please? I do not have a key. Of course I don't have a key. These Bruja players. And this pump shotgun. I'm so bad at using this shotgun. What's this? 9 barrel. Okay, much better. 9 barrels, 9 shots, 9 opportunities to fuck up. Oh, that was a backhand hit there. You see, I'm learning in the middle of a fight. You should not mess around with diableries. Ow! There you go. But come on, I totally hit you with that arrow. Now here I can try a diablerie or a finishing move because I was standing in the gas, and most people would be deterred by that. Of course, not everyone. Why do I think someone just shot over my head? Because someone did. I think that's another Bruja being angry at me for no reason. I guess we're going back without armor. Oh, this is an orange van. Oh, what did I do there? Holy moly! I think I hit them in the head with an arrow, which I totally did not even try to do, but wow! That is a lot of damage. And a really lucky shot. Oh, I see what you're doing. I mean, I can't really see what you're doing actually. Ow! Stop your blood magic nonsense. And let me get into some quick safety. Okay, a quick syringe to have the mood. A sip of O negative to clean the palate. And we're back into the game. Stop it! Okay, you know what? You can have this fight. It's okay. It's fine. I can live without dying again. I mean, actually, that's the only way I can live. So, no. You little shit. kind of cornered myself there, but I was not expecting someone to appear behind me when I'm already fighting with multiple enemies, but that's how it is. You have to be extra careful. I mean, I didn't necessarily lose a lot of important things other than my extra lives, so let's try to regain that. Anyone with potent blood around here? Oh, of course not. Not the kind of van I need. Pink is almost red, but not really. I need red blood, not pink. No, you are sanguine. And I am blood hunted. Not a good thing. What's this? Oh. Lovely store. I see. Oh, there's someone. My apologies for the quick trouble. I am so fucking happy that once again I'm in the crossfire. I always get murdered in the crossfire. Anyone else with potent blood around, perhaps? Funny enough, there was a challenge in this game, and there is. I just already did it. To get down 3 times in a match and survive. And at first I understood that as die 3 times but survive. So what I was doing is getting killed and always looking for potent blood, but as it turns out the challenge really was only about getting downed and getting back up, not necessarily dying altogether, but I mean, it worked to a degree. Even though I'm not necessarily sure if I had to get down 3 times and actually get up from those instances, or dying and reviving or respawning counted as well. However, this match certainly reminds me of that time when I was chasing anyone with potent blood. I think that was a Nosferatu, and they put a bomb there, and I do not appreciate that. Come on. Now, where could our Nosferatu friend be? Well, follow the noises. Let's see. Oh! Holy shit! Okay, maybe go the other way around. What was that? There are these little graphical glitches that appear here and there. I did notice that when I move around quickly, or maybe just move around at all, sometimes the items that killed players drop fall down again as if they just been dropped, and I always think that it means there is a fight there because I see the movement from the corner of my eye, but I think it's just a bug. Also, there is a tiny graveyard here as well. Good to know. Well, let's see what we find. A crowbar. Not as useful. Okay, let's look around for any unwanted elements, aka enemies. I have no clue what you said, but I will not hurt you. Whenever I climb up a wall, I'm always concerned that I will just climb up right next to someone. There's still 7 players alive, even though the area is this tiny. Oh shit. And no respawns. Well, I think my hiding spot is terrible. I'm not here, leave me alone, I know you are invisible. Good for you. Why are we going in the same direction? I see your bomb on the wall. I also see you. Fucking hell. Can we just be friends? Oh, for fuck's sake. It was worth a try. Stop it. Oh, come on. There are invisible people falling around me. You know, you can just have your little beef yourselves. Leave me out of it. Have you ever thought about it? Finally. A moment of peace. Yeah, all you do your silly fights and I just kill the last one. Yeah, in my dreams. Isn't that kind of outside of the safe zone? Just walked out like that and they are okay? Wow. Oh, this is no good, this is no good. Can I get that? Thank you very much. I think there's someone nearby, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Why I think that? For fuck's sake! Leave me alone! You know, I'm happy if I just don't die. You two can do your insane stunts and all that. I will be over here in this corner, just enjoying the view. Holy moly. Look at all those dropped weapons. You motherfucker! You can find the other ones, so you're like, yeah, mess with this guy, right? Seriously, where the f is the other player? It's me. I hope. I mean, I'm still alive. I think the other invisible player is actually just running around this tower. Leave me alone. I'm down. Leave me the fuck alone. Why is it always that I get murdered and then the last two players have their little duels and all that and they are all friendly? But when it's me, they always murder me right away. I feel some slight partialism here. I mean, yeah, I did not think of that hiding spot, that's fair. That's fair enough. That's rather fair. I did not try to climb all the way up to the top when a player was still around there. Level 54. Well, we certainly overdid this. But in this game, we learned one extremely useful bit of information. And that is, the collectible we are looking for might be a bit shy. So much so that it only appears for a short while. Let's see if I am correct, and if yes, can I pick it up? Because here's the thing. As far as I know, these collectibles can be picked up by multiple players in one game. And even if they can only be picked up by one, which I don't think is true, I was standing right in front of the item. I haven't seen anyone else pick it up. So it's shy. Let's see if we can still catch it. Okay, so it was right next to the demolition, I think in this corner. Now you cannot pick your location, your spawn location specifically, really accurately. You point at one location on the map and you get somewhere spawn in that area. But hopefully I will be quick enough. Let's see, can we find the rare elusive collectible that should be right over here? Yes, we did it. Wow. And what an insane amount of luck it is that in the previous game I decided to start here, and I've seen this collectible, this octahedron, just for a split second before it disappeared. But we did find it, and that's what matters. Now on to page 2. Now, because I don't necessarily want to mess around in this match for too long, let's play a bit more aggressively. Really, your biggest concern is me, not the other vampire looking right over me and shooting at you. No, me. I'm the big concern. Oh goodness, I got stuck on that. I know I said that I want to play a bit more aggressively, but it didn't mean I want to die right away. Even though my equipment might give that impression. I mean, I'm running around with a hunting rifle and a marksman rifle. Not really the best weapons for close quarter skirmishes. That was the tent. Aerial shot. Take that. No. Nope. I don't know how that did not hit. How? I'm curious, what? They were armed with a simple knife. And even though I had armor, the knife's attack speed was so much greater that they could easily kill me. Really, it's nothing personal, but I will kill you with your own knife. Okay, it might have been slightly personal. You will also get killed by the knife. That's rather insane how the speed of a weapon can turn the tides of a battle so significantly. Oh, someone is running away. From who? What were you shooting at? Oh, I see someone else. Now I am constantly healing because I'm dealing melee damage, but I still have to be careful because if I'm too far away, then they can get a rather good shot at me. And here, once again, the speed of their weapons proved to be too much to me. Will I get lucky here? Yes, I did get lucky. Oh! Oh, that was a bomb. I guess that's a draw right there. And once again, I don't want to risk going out there. They don't want me to get too close to them. It's rather interesting how the game changes with every single ability, but it is what makes the game stand out. It is what makes it unique. And I am slowly but surely running out of resources here, which is bad. Oh, they are there. I've seen them. Let's get some health. Oh, come on! I could not hit them even though I was right there. And that proved to be my downfall. But it was a fun little fight there. And now we have a new clue to follow. So let's see where we need to go for the next part of this tale. Maybe we will be able to find another one before we end today's stream, since we already hit the 4-hour mark. So here we have the collectibles, and right there we have the little red dot notifying us that we have a new entry in the Intel to hide like a king, and the Intel category now says 2 out of 4 entries unlocked, because only 2 have the little lock marks, but it does not mean that those entries are complete, because Knock Knock is complete, but this one is not. It only has 1 out of the 5 unlocked, and you can see that we get this bit, where is the prince, and the next one is southwest of demolition. So let's go to southwest. That means we should go a bit to the left, a bit downwards, and then hopefully find the octahedron that we are looking for. Now, this previous one that was bugged, I think is the odd one out. I've never seen such a bug in this game. That is why I was so surprised by it. But all the other ones I found without encountering any bugs. I guess the ones that I am missing for a reason, because I've been looking for them for quite a while, and it seems that they are either hidden in a really secluded area, they might be bugged and they don't appear, or they might disappear like this one, or it's just my silliness that I'm not finding them. But I do believe it's telling that these are the last ones. A bit like how when you are collecting trophies in a game, the last ones are either tricky to get, they are difficult, they might be bugged, or they just require something specific that you don't really do that often. So we have to go to the southwest of demolition, and that is actually where the library is, which is interesting. Now I did choose the library as a starting point, but I think that we have to go a bit more to the north here. Because... Really? Ow! You can shoot through the glass? I didn't know that. That's pretty interesting. Also, ouch! I'm here for the collectible. Can't we just, you know... get along? I guess no. Thank you. I think this was actually an NPC. So, here we are. This is already out of the safe area. Lovely. So, the demolition is right there. This is the southwest to the demolition, and this place is definitely a great hiding place for any kind of collectible. And again, I walked around here before. That is a random octahedron, random collectible. As you can see, it's in one of these loot circles, so it's not the one we are looking for. So I've been walking around on the map and calling out certain locations as good spots to hide things. And maybe there are indeed hidden things in those areas, but we don't see them just yet because we have to unlock the previous entries first. However, I do not see a collectible here. I do not see one down here, even though it would be a good spot. And it is to the southwest of demolition. We also have this area with the pharmacy, or even this little courtyard. But I see no collectible here. And this is to the southwest of demolition. Don't see anything here. And I don't think that it will be next to demolition, because oh, I downed someone with my ability. Nice. Hey, I'm helping you with your kindred killing. So I don't think that I will survive this. So I don't think that the location or the spot we are looking for is next to the demolition building, because then I think they would have worded it as by demolition and not southwest of demolition. So I feel like it's somewhere in that area where I was looking, but I did not find it, unfortunately, which is alright. I still need to level up this character. I still have things to do. So oh, that sucks. I'm burning. I forgot that I also have this dash attack. But I did use my own phase ability to not actually phase through the enemy, but to get closer to them. Leave the lady alone. Oh yes, I did call a Bloodhunt on my head, but I found my enemy in a vulnerable position. No, I'm not switching those out. Okay, maybe this is not the best time to put on my armor. Noted. It would break anyway. Anyone with sanguine blood? I'm kind of in need of some of the good pink stuff. Oh, that's a save, that's a vault, that's what I need right around now. Yes, that is one. Yes, you too, just enjoy your time. I need to first become invisible. It's inside. Missed me! Which is kind of nice that someone misses me, but I'm not trying to pick a fight just yet. Okay, now we can. If they will hit me right away, that means they are an NPC. And so they are defeatable. That's how I kind of rank my enemies. Where to pick a fight with or not. Oops. I slipped. I think there is someone right here. Another invisible one. Don't you love it when two invisible players just run by each other? Okay, let's try to get away from this trouble. I'm just a lonely pillar. I mean, not really lonely, there are multiple pillars here. Uh-oh. Not sure what's happening, but I sure don't want to be a part of it. Oh, we are here again. I mean, let's check. Nothing here. Nothing here. It's annoying because these collectibles are in a sequence, so if the first one is bugged, you can't get the rest. It's not like you're only missing one, it makes you unable to obtain 5 of them. But again, it's a small detail, and I'm pretty sure the developers would have solved this issue if they had the time, if development continued, but as we know, that is not what happened with this game. I'm not sure how I climbed up here, but I'm not complaining. Okay, we still have a pretty big area. And while they are busy shooting at each other, I will really sneakily make my way to the safe area And not just the safe area, but the other half of said safe area. Right here. Because everyone will be coming from the east. And I will be safely hiding on the west. Give me the armor. I need a hiding spot. I don't have a hiding spot. I don't like this. I mean, I guess this is as good as it gets. Maybe here? I think this will be safer later on. Yeah. If you could just scoop over a bit. Thank you. Much better. Don't you dare notice me. Okay. This is getting much better. 5 remaining, and look at me, all safe and sound. Just an inch away from... Oh, why are you coming back? This is not what we agreed upon. No, 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 no. Don't you fucking dare. Oh, goodness. Okay, I guess we're going here, you... I'll get you for this. Okay, an invisible up on the tower. How classic. Yes, I know I am an invisible one, but I'm not good at this game, so for me it's just balancing out my skill issues. For them it's added advantage. Okay, two! There were 5 players! Where did they go? Okay, well, I guess we are screwed. But I have to get to that tower somehow. I think that's my best guess. So let's try to do just that. I'm looking forward to getting shot with a poisonous bolt, because that seems to be the standard. I don't know what kind of radio antenna this is, but I like it. Can you see my enemy there actually? They are right there. Wasn't quick enough to get them, unfortunately. Bet? What? Sorry, but I'm invincible for the time being. Ah, come on. Hey! That wasn't so bad. I think I did a pretty decent job. This is not a fight like this, just saying, this is just toying with me, which is a big difference. There is little to no fair fight in this. So this is the difference. If you want a fair fight, alright, you can get one. But you give your opponent a chance to replenish their health and such. Here, this is just being rude to your enemy, which is something that happens quite a lot in multiplayer games. there are few where
Well, look at you.
where the players have some respect for each other, and that's why it's so nice to see how kind of the top players behave. But hey, that was a pretty good match, and we did plenty of things. We looked at the collectibles with the journal. We followed some of the leads. I will try to find some of the ones I am missing, so we have multiple to look for. Obviously this one is apparently not achievable. I will try to play a few trios games. Maybe I will get lucky and it will spawn. Maybe it's kind of random chance. But I think we did pretty well. We got a collectible. We finished the journal entries of the items. We got to meet M, and
How are things?
we also,
Hey there.
yes, we indeed finished the last entry of the traditions. And since M doesn't really like to turn around, I can show you how she looks like. I don't think her outfit is unlockable, but her eyes are certainly rather unique. So, with this said, I think our time with this game for today is up. I will be back on Wednesday with Silent Hill 2, and hopefully you will join me next week for the last few streams of Vampire the Masquerade Bloodhunt. We will be looking at the other Ventru archetype and then the added Tremere one, and hopefully finding some more of the collectibles. But for now it's time to look for someone to raid. Well, I think we are going xenomorph hunting, or more specifically playing some hide and seek with a xenomorph. And the raid Talk TV. So, thank you again for joining me today. I hope you enjoyed this somewhat chaotic but fun stream of this game. We did win multiple times, which is a big change compared to my previous streams and games. And we also found a really interesting bug, which I have to say, these are the kinds of moments that you cannot plan. They are just happen. and I'm really happy that I get to show you these. I get to archive these, even though the game is ending. Some of these fun recordings will hopefully be watched by players who didn't get to experience what this game was later on in the coming years. But for now, I thank you for joining me. Have a wonderful day, and as always, good night.